Good evening, everyone. Happy Cocktober.
Yep.
You know what that means? Dick Sucking Awareness Month.
Oh.
Just wanted you to be aware. So, as I get into Discord 2 seconds before I start the stream, like always, I go, Tommy, I got a Clown World story for you. And he goes, oh no, I have a Clown World story for you. So we haven't heard him yet. You want to go first?
Yeah, I just wanted to, because this one's relevant to a conversation we were having already.
Great.
A little while ago.
Great. Let's hope I remember it. Let's hope I remember what the conversation was.
So Alex.
Oh no.
Jimmy
I'm worried.
Carter.
I'm worried this is actually about to come into the thing I'm about to say. I'm
No,
not kidding. I'm
I'm-
fucking
it is-
scared.
It is a little scary, but anyway, so Jimmy Carter
Oh no.
turned 100 today.
Oh yeah, baby. Let's go, Jimmy. I didn't kill you on accident by invoking your name and being aware that you're 100.
You did not kill the president of the United States of America.
Oh, oh, God! I was worried. The second I saw how old he was, because we were checking president ages, I was really worried that it was like, now that I'm aware of it, now that I've observed it, something bad's gonna happen. It's strange starting to believe in higher powers again. So, okay. An hour ago, my mom comes into my room, sits down on the bed, which is to my left. I'm sitting at my desk, about to do Shiyu Defense and Zen list, to just maybe do 1 or 2 of them. And she says to me, I knew I recognized her from somewhere. She was on a soap opera, All My Children, a soap opera I watch called All My Children, but like many, many years ago. I am floored already at this point. I have no idea why she is bringing this up.
Wait, recognizes who? Yeah.
Exactly. And it's about to get really weird. Because the name she's about to speak, I know who this is. She goes, I looked it up and I was right. I did recognize Eden Regal. For those who don't know, she's a voice actress. You would know her. Well, most of you probably know her from playing Monster Hunter World. She's the fucking handler.
Sure.
She's Marie in Persona 4 Golden. She's Devla and Popla in Nier. And she's a bunch of other things, right?
Okay.
And I go... she says the name and I go... The woman who voiced Marie from Persona 4 Golden, because I think that was the first place I had ever known her from. And then I immediately go... The sister of Sam Riegel, who voices Phoenix Wright in Ace Attorney. It was just the first thing that popped into my head, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, I could have said, like, Viral and Gurren Lagann, but it was just whatever popped into my head. Because we were just having the conversation last night that they got Eric Vale to do the voice Phoenix in the weird animated promotion video, and not Sam Riegel, even though Sam Riegel voiced Phoenix in the other stuff. And
Right.
I look at her in the eyes and I go, what are you talking about?
Yeah, what is she talking about?
What? And she's like, well, when we had this conversation like 3 days ago or something. And I'm like, okay, Alex. Think about this, dude. Think. Don't
Activate the ending of Summer Wars.
Yeah, no, like think about this one. How did this happen? So, I then logically conclude. Like, I have no idea what she's talking about.
Right.
But clearly something had to have happened to trigger this for her. That's weird. And she comes to me because she knows I play video games and stuff. But I'm sitting there now going, what could she have? And she's claiming she saw me playing something that triggered it. But then I ask her, what was it? And she can't remember.
Well, obviously, she's not gonna know.
like.
It'd be so hard for her to retain the name of a video game you were playing. Like, you just said.
But I remember what has been on my screen. It's been Zenless, no
Right.
Eden Regal. Why would I bring up a voice actress from that game? I don't know she was in All My Children. I don't know. I haven't internalized the voice actresses. Eden Regal's not even in Zenless, I don't think. But that's
Right,
what's been on my screen. Or I've been working on a thumbnail in front of her, or when she walks into my room, I probably just change my monitor to like my channel, my YouTube channel stuff that show like my stats and everything, right? That's it. Now, my mom.
And you're wearing earbuds. You're not.
I take
no
'em out.
audio's.
No audio's coming out. I
Right,
said this too. I'm like, you wouldn't have heard anything.
Yeah, it's not like you were editing ZTD and she heard Diana speak.
Exactly, right?
Right, because she's Diana.
Here's the other thing. She wouldn't recognize Eden Regal's voice. Eden Regal was like 12 when she was on that show 30 years ago.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So,
Okay, hold on.
I'm like, okay, Alex. My mom really likes to wander when she talks. It's tough talking to my mom. She goes in circles. She's got stuff on her mind. She just kind of meanders. She yaps. So I have developed the ability to straight up tune her out. The time will just disappear in the conversation, and I'll snap back and go, "Oh, sorry, what were you saying?" or something. But if she asks me a question, I'm right back in there because suddenly we're having a conversation.
Right.
If she points at something on my screen and asks what that is, suddenly I'm involved in the conversation again. I'm there. During the hurricane, right before the hurricane, the flooding happened. I had Zenless on. She asked me about some stuff and asked some silly questions about game logic that she could never understand, right? You know, she looks at my character and she's like, "Can he get out of there?" And I'm like, "What do you mean by can he get out of there?"
Can he get into the real world?
Yeah, I'm like, what did you mean by that? Right? And it's like, you know, I'm going to remember something like that. And god damn it, I'm going to remember if she said a fucking name that I know that is a voice actress.
Yeah.
So I have reasoned out. I probably just tuned it out and something triggered in her mind. Or she conflated something when my brother was here the other day and she saw the woman on TV for some reason.
Yeah,
I'm went and checked.
Like live action roles. I'm not even sure what she would have seen her in.
I don't know what she would have seen her in, right? She's in TV. She's on television shows and stuff. My mom watches a lot of TV.
Yeah.
Right? And she looked something up a couple of days ago, saw that there was video games, associates video games with me, conflates it into a conversation we had. She probably had terrible sleep because no one sleeps. She doesn't sleep well ever. And it resulted in that. But that's third dimensional thought. I go, no, this is Clown World. I reach into the fourth dimension at this point and go, this is irony. This is from another timeline. Because right now, I'm rewatching the Zero Escape series, a series in which it is nothing but information being transmitted to people from other timelines. And that's just what happened right now. No big deal. And that's it.
Yeah. My best guess for what possible live action thing she could have seen her in whatever timeline she saw it in. She's credited as being in the 2022 movie Blondie about Marilyn Monroe.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's just like some side character in it, but she's a named character in it at the very least.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's not like she's done a lot of live action stuff in the last 20 years.
Yeah, and here's why here's why it's actually timeline stuff. She can't remember what triggered it.
Right, yeah.
She can't fucking remember what triggered it, because if we had that piece of information, we would be fine.
Right.
We would know everything. But we'll never know. It is one of the strangest things that's ever happened to me. Because, like, I'm gonna give myself the benefit of the doubt. I think I would remember if this woman was brought up. Fucking unreal. Yeah, I have to go back into the past and have that conversation with her now. I have to shift backwards.
Clearly, this is critical information.
Yeah, I'm at the fucking forefront. I'm at the front of the timeline train, and I gotta get this shit moving.
Yeah, so now you, now you're about to get clubbed over your head and frozen for 50 years so that you can wake up and tell somebody about Edith Regal to open a safe. It's like, oh my god.
I'm scared. I like, it's fucking weird.
Is the child actress on? Who was it? No one was alive back then.
Alright. I guess I'm an Esper. But also, I was joking to Tommy, I'm like, I have like a JoJo blood curse, I think. I swear to God, I inherited this shit from my mom. She has weird shit happen to her, too. My dad had weird shit happen to him. Like, my dad actually has, like, superstitions about numbers I didn't know about.
Wait, is he scared of number 4?
No. He likes certain numbers.
Oh, okay.
And you want to... I'm not going to say what the 3 numbers are, but do you know what my address is, Tommy?
Not off no.
Well, guess what? It's those 3 fucking numbers in that exact order. Weird, right? His phone number was something that... It was like a number that he ended up really liking.
Okay.
Like, we changed our... You know, he doesn't like 4s. He doesn't like 4s because we ended up with a 4 and like we changed our landline at some point to because we got Frontier for internet and phone, so like we had to like get a new phone line, and I told it to him. He was like, oh fuck no, and then the world started ending. So I don't know, man. Load-bearing cursed family. Load-bearing cursed Florida family. It's kind of freaky. Yeah, Jalix Joestar. I kind of like that Jalix. That's not bad. Jalix. Anyway, hello, everyone.
Don't tell Nomura about Jalix.
I always joke that my nobody name would just be Alex with an extra X.
Extra X, yeah.
Yeah, either an extra X at the end or you just put an X at the beginning. You don't move the letters around at all. You just throw the X at the beginning or end. So it's either Zalix or Alex. Okay. 23rd of October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Oh, this room, I remember it from a different timeline. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? It's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? What happened? My father? Well... Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago. But that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. Why did he let her come back here? I'm gonna bet she escaped.
Escape.
Escape. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh. International Forensic? That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound. Only 2 people died this time on the boat, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris, and player. Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Please tell me you took pictures of yourself. I didn't. Fuck! Yes, of course I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About... you know who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
But in 2 cases from now.
Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The Great Spade Shovel War rages on.
So I agree with the idea that a shovel would be for digging up loose material.
Oh god, don't go over there.
And a spade would be for digging.
Yeah.
But which one's actually right about what that object is?
I'm going with shovel. Wait, no, I meant spade.
Oh no.
See, we don't have this issue in the United States, as we just call shovels shovels. Even though it's funny, where you know the expression, the idiom is a spade's a spade, or call a spade, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know it. I'm no expert. Clearly, let's get off the subject. Fuck this. Present. Here, I have a present for you. Die. Okay. This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it? Yes, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon. I'm quite accomplished with the longbow myself, you know. No! Really? If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away. Quite confident, you say. Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head? Yes. The tension allows me to perform better. Oops. You see? I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Miss Usato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed. Oh, still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Your room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. Never been invited. Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room. No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then. Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo. Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors. But it is Susato-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do. I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. You would, wouldn't you? That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. God. It's such a distinct object. Like all the things that are worth clicking on, you can click on. Like, yeah, that's a ladder, whatever. The Dharma is kind of cool in the picture, so you can click on those. Who cares about the rest of the stuff? You can click on the aquarium. That's just a light up there. Who cares? But it's like, onions!
Like, well, like, a little research, I was able to, like, reason it out what it was, right? But it is, like, it's still, like, not something I would say 99% of people have ever experienced playing this game. That, like, the idea of hanging up onions in their attic or something.
And what's more is that you're playing as a Japanese exchange student, basically, right?
Yeah.
And he should be like, what the heck?
Also with the onions. No, like,
what the? He's my vehicle to discover the British culture, god damn it. Let me click on the fucking onions. I left your desk completely untouched, Miss Susato. So it would be ready for you when you returned. It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo? Whatever next? Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too. Well, that's how it should be after all. Oh, dear. I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. I don't think I need to click on everything here.
Well, it depends on how you use the spoon. Because if you, like, are digging into, like, ice cream or something, it's like a spade. But if
it's cereal,
shovel, yeah.
It's a shovel. You're shoveling it in. It's all well,
it all becomes shovel.
It all becomes shovel. Okay, back in Britain. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh, yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes, since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo?
Yes. Dear God,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah, oh, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. Oh, that'd be funny. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. Something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. Buyer emblem. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. It would be kind of amazing if Mikotoba had killed someone here and then got away. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie! That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Forensic Science Symposium. Pausium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes. And from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes. His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Whoosh. That terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder. Yes. I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. What's up? Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway. As father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. You're telling me this guy wasn't top dog? That's not.
He had mentioned this. I'm trying to think.
He's Chief Justice.
Right, but he is not the advisor to like the Queen. Effectively, he's not the Attorney General. He had said this because he complained about how his ideas weren't getting passed along.
Hence why he chewed our ear off.
Yeah. He had mentioned
that by
this.
achieving exceptional results. He got the job of Attorney General. Okay.
He's
Top dog in practicality, it seems. In terms of like he's actually running the show. Like maybe not, but I don't know. He's obviously in a huge position already. But okay.
So I'm gonna go with Chief Justice is in this context. He's like maybe the top guy in like the London division, but the Attorney General would be the top guy for the country.
Okay.
That just my guess.
Let's see if they're gonna contextualize it. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Maybe the most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said, anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally, then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. Dale Brett.
Like a Chief Justice, as I know it, would be the guy who's like the head honcho on a committee of judges.
Okay.
like, there's a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court who is the guy that reads out the Supreme Court's, like, reading.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, I didn't really think about the fact that he's a judge, and not, like, just the head of the prosecutors, but yeah, I guess he's a judge. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, obviously he does have parallels to, what's his name? Gant.
Gant, yeah.
And Gant was, he was head of the police.
He was the chief of police, yeah.
He was the chief of police, okay.
Obviously, the series kind of conflates prosecutors and police a lot, but
and detectives and lawyers and
detectives,
attorneys.
lawyers, yeah.
But yes, okay. Giselle Brett, the woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes. Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry. Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett.
Yeah, didn't actually exist.
But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. She wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A Shin. Remember at the end of the last game?
Glad you remembered one of the names. I only remember the two.
Well, it was just the one we didn't.
Oh, I thought there were two we didn't know.
Because it was
Asogi.
Naruhodo, Asogi.
Naruhodo was on there?
Or was it? Maybe he wasn't. Okay.
Oh my god,
No, maybe he wasn't.
It was definitely Asogi, and it was definitely Wilson.
Right, it was Asogi, Wilson, and it was A Shin.
I'm not gonna check. But you're right. Yes, Shin definitely was one of them.
Because you had just speculated, are they just saying the word Asian? Asian.
Which... Okay. Are we about to get the twist that because we never saw her eyes, we could never tell what ethnicity she was?
Maybe she was like, cause she was like going to fucking China.
She was going to China.
Like obviously they were saying it was like because the British embassy was there, but maybe she was Chinese actually.
Oh dear. Shin. A front? Who on earth was she then? Her name's Asian. Miss A Shin. She's Miss Asian. What the hell? Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why, or even how she came to be in Japan.
A boat, presumably.
Pearl could swim it.
Oh my god. It's true.
It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? Killing Iris's dad? Oh. She what? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Now she's been killed. Well, all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A Shin. Asogi Shin. No.
Asogi Shin. Yeah. They have the same first name for some reason.
Yeah, her first name is somehow his last name.
Yeah.
That would be a weird twist to have in something. Write that one down. Why do I feel as though I've heard that name somewhere before? Because you did. What about Kazuma? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. And that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to England. That he died on that steamship. And that he'll never... Obviously, I could ask him to elaborate at the time. I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time.
Because the judge broke him in half.
But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. The consulate staff there. Should have been? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Okay. How did his death get faked?
Wax mannequin.
Sholmes has to be in on it?
Shums has to be in on it. No, yeah. No, that's it. Shums has to be in on it.
You're telling me Susato and Ryunosuke never, like, checked his body, never put their hands on him?
There's no way.
Okay.
Got by Shums drug.
Okay.
Bode heartbeat something.
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. I checked. With a spade. Not now! Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes. It would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden?
Oh wait, no, I got it.
Alright, yeah.
So he died, like for
Okay.
real. And he got isekai'd, so his body disappeared.
So it was like a delayed thing?
Yeah.
It takes time to get there?
Because it's like, he dies, and then he, meets the goddess or whatever. He's got to negotiate what he's gonna do in the afterlife. And he's all right. Send me to the fantasy world, and then they send him to the fantasy world.
Okay. All right. And then it's our real world.
And it's our real world, just like lightning.
Ooh. Yo, lightning's out there?
It's
Hold up.
France.
Oh god, she's so close right now. No, listen. He's actually dead. They tossed his body.
Off the boat.
Off the boat, gone. Right? It started to stink. Because it would have started to fucking stink. That would be bad, right?
The whole crew was ride or die for that Russian woman.
Yeah, off the boat.
Off the boat.
But his spirit is possessing someone right now. And as we know, when a spirit medium possesses somebody, they gain those features. I think.
No, that's how it works.
That's how it worked. Yeah, because the boobs came out.
Yeah, no, and people were like
the boobies.
We could not find Maya because she was
in the room as Dahlia.
Had the appearance of Dahlia.
Yeah.
People were like, "That's Dahlia."
Yeah.
Or they were like, "That's Iris," but you know what I mean.
Oh god. Man, British Suits Turnabout's so fucking good. Oh man, I'm listening to the Castle Super Beast. So Wooly started playing Ace Attorney, and he's like, "Why the fuck do you all like Edgeworth so much?" And I'm just like, He's like, "You're telling me this fucker gets 2 games?" And then I'm sitting there, I'm like, did these words come out of my mouth when I first played it?
Probably not, because it's like you
know something's going on.
You are aware that you're gonna like Edgeworth.
I could see it coming.
Yeah.
Like, because he talks to you after like the first trial, and you're like, "Oh, he's damaged. Oh, we're gonna fix him up." Anyway, the Kazuma mystery.
Kazuma.
Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burya were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop, Mr. Naruhodo! It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me. So very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right. If Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. There's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I looked directly at the camera, thinking about all the time Sholmes has told us to shut the fuck up about things.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. As he has withheld crucial information about Iris's family from her. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope. But I can't let it. Because if it turned out to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Okay, right. Sorry. I'm like, what is she talking about? Why would she be upset? And it's like, I just kind of blanked out here. Wants to hope, but I can't let it because if it turned out not to be true. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god, Cosmo's alive, and he's not. It'd be like he died. It'd be like he died again.
That'd be devastating, yes.
Yeah, it'd be devastating.
Hey, Iris, want to hear how your dad died? What? Must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Ah, I should love to read it. But you wouldn't tell me. How'd you come to know it? Yes. But I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? Here comes Sholmes. I think it's time. Oh. I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. Down to the Baskervilles. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Susato! What are you doing? Oh, Father! Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. You understand?
Shit, that's what JoJo villains say.
But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain. But he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. It's fucking nothing, damn. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every crime. Oh, I mean, I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest.
Forgot we were doing an investigation sequence.
That's right.
I was like, shit, we're about to go to trial. I was like, nope, no investigation.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it. Well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind the case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police. Or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. I'm sorry, good idea. That's how they say it. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. A new location has been added. No, it fucking hasn't. Sholmes is sweet. Okay, bye. Lord Chief Justice's office.
Things to do in Sholmes' apartment. Oh
all right.
my god.
Woman spotted.
I guess that's Trevor.
Why are you here?
You're not Sephiroth.
No, this isn't gonna. I don't think this is gonna be Drebber. I think this is gonna be someone with one of the associations or something.
Okay, because
I don't know why Drebber would be here.
well, he just said he was like thin and had white hair, so.
Oh, you're right. That is true. Oh, hey, maybe it's Drebber. I wonder. I've never seen her before. Yo. The fuck are you doing here?
Hey, get the fuck out.
It was on my list. You're what? Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Nice work. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh, from Skyrim?
Here, oops. I believe you're thinking of White Run.
Okay.
There's probably a hall in White Run, though. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. Oh, really? You're not mad at me for doing my fucking job for once? The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? It is Sephiroth.
Good to see ya.
They've got the Red Cross logo on their necktie there. Or whatever that, yeah.
Yeah.
The snacks.
The snacks. You're supposed that's actually...
Whatever that's a symbol from.
Yeah, what's the hospital symbol, which is coming from... It's the flamel, I think, right? Isn't it just the fucking...
I have no idea. It's probably something from that, yeah. That is one androgynous person, though.
Yes.
Look cool. Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you.
Here, Spencer, get in here. I need you to say one line.
Appears probably female.
Susato said called her, I think, yeah? Did she not say that when we walked in? Who was that lady?
Yeah, that's a her. Who's that? None of your
Don't worry
fucking
about it.
business. Okay,
No.
it was the coroner.
coroner,
Of course
okay,
it was the
okay.
coroner.
Okay.
I'm in stupid mode tonight, everyone. Brain not there. Got fried from the morphogenetic fields earlier. That was Dr. Courtney Scythe. Scythe. They always make the most awkward names that are like pun adjacent. Or you know what? This is probably a Sherlock reference. That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Assman. Gold. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Oh, cool! Anyway, gotta go. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
That's a long time.
Hey, so he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. I killed everyone I had an appointment with.
Fair enough. God, that would be so nice.
What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago. A year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
I shall make crime illegal.
Genius. Genius. Wow. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. Updated autopsies. Pfft. Ridiculous. The London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. Listen, if we just let all the police forces in the world have free reign for an hour, it will stop all crime.
Fuck, dude.
Oh no, he's pulling out the purge card. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman.
When I die, she will personally oversee my autopsy.
Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? We've committed many crimes together. With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now. But, yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Dr. Mikotoba. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact. I keep forgetting she's only 16.
Yeah, it's...
Such as the 1800s. I keep hitting the wrong buttons on these things. Oldest 16-year-old ever. Meanwhile, Gina is like, acts like she's actually 16. It was the year I was born. So 16 years ago, in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner for forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. Oh, dear God. Punctiliousness. Punctiliousness. Yeah, I think that's right. It just sounds funny saying punctili. The punctiliousness, and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
Punk Chili sounds like the name of a System of a Down song.
Probably is. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. It's Gojo and his other two classmates in Jujutsu.
Yeah.
One's the coroner. Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. Did she pop up? Hag. She's cool. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Okay, did mom die in childbirth or did mom get murdered? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Lord Van Zeeks. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zeeks, was murdered. It was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak von Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. So Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother? Oh, that was Ryunosuke saying that. Whatever. Ever since that time, He became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Whoa! Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. What's up? It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Yeah, sure.
It goes against my world domination scheme.
Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special suspension legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. In a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you! Being able to look at it's better than nothing! Woohoo! And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Excuse me. Awesome. Very cool. Love the decor.
Just in time.
Look at that lamp. I'd kill for that lamp. I'll be honest. Any of you, and if I had to kill one of you for that lamp, I might do it.
I don't think that's necessary.
I have it.
Yeah, they got shit like this at like the library. Just steal one.
Oh, okay.
And you don't even have to do that. Just buy it.
Oh, okay. I guess I don't have to kill any of you.
I guess I won't kill any of you.
I guess I won't kill you then. I believe this is it. Wow, it smells bad in here. The chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here too, except for that lamp. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. We could just have a little look around. Being careful not to upset any restless souls. What is on my arm? Ghost. The ghost. I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk. Ugh. I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficient she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo?
There's a skeleton inside all of us. It's not that weird.
Miss Susato. Can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. It's how I cope. Owl. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. they're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, first wax and now fake animals. What's next? Real dead people? In the coroner's office? Fuck off. I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are all labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things... Oh, excuse me. There are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh, yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room. I suppose. Perhaps she has meals in here sometimes? Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical conditions. Miss Susato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh! So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi. Aren't they? Of course. Table and set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that opens on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have a large cast iron constitution, either have a cast iron, excuse me everyone, you either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell, or you get used to it and it burns it all away. Well, let's go to the experimentation stage. Oh, that's what I was gonna put in the thumbnail. I knew I forgot something.
Damn.
I can change it later. Those guys are still up there. Oh, she got a dog. Hey, get out of the way. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh. I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Or is that Gregson? Okay. Oh! Inspector Gregson! I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Ah, you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh! Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. Oh,
Oh my god, it's the Hound.
It is in fact a hound. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina! She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. You adopt her? What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you gonna be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. He's gonna get the chips, man. He's going to the French fry capital. To France? I'll be working in the Paris police prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Finally! Who is in Paris?
Gina.
I can't leave her in London. Who knows what become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh! Of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Till all this is over, at least. Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did ya? Right, well. Any questions about the scene, you can put them in my capable detective diva here. Put them 2. Alright. Yeah, the boss. Inspector Lestrade in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina. You got a new dog, have you? Wow. Isn't he great? Toby's his name. I thought Toby was a fox.
I thought he was a Kadachi.
Not a dog. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing in my mind, to be honest. Alright. Yeah, check out this gun.
Oh my god.
Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where'd it go? Huh? What What? That's weird. Why did this just happen?
I don't know.
Why did that just happen? I showed her something that she didn't want to see, and then a dialogue changed. A dialogue we hadn't even looked at yet. Uh-oh. Investigating the scene. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes. Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry. You can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something? The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. Yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah! Apparently he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Is that what he said? Yeah, sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we don't touch anything. Oh, yeah? Honestly. Alright. Alright, then go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. No. No. You're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then. Them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. Today's trial. It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in a court and not spending the whole time worrying that I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo's oops. Yeah, and Odo's made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes. I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. The boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah! The police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh, dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. The engineer's whereabouts. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry? Who? You know. That scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses, that blood-red plonk. Lord Van Zeeks. He always had it in infamy, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. You'd rather be at the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee? The way I see it, if the choice is between chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both. Come on. Come on. You're coming with me. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on. So they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Toby. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi, don't be so flamin' rude, Odo. Slight overreaction, don't you think? It ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... how'd they put it? Oh yeah! A bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
Nice.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ew. Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, he's a missile. He's a gun.
Oh my god, he's a missile.
He's a gun.
Oh, of course.
Well, Toby has got a whiff of your drawers. He could chase that scent to the other side of the world. Let me see if he barks again. I want to see Gina's face. He's not. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point, but by rather wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such incredible skill. I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right. One of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him in the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? The children and animals. She didn't deny it. She's cured. Gina, have a look at this photograph. It's amazing looking down on everything from up there. I love high places, me. Really? If I'm honest, I can't stand looking down at the ground when I'm high up. I always have to look up. Chime, I wanted to show you what it's like, but there ain't no point now. Why not? If all you're gonna do is look up at the sky, I ain't gonna be able to look down on you. With you, sorry. I mean, I don't look down on you or nothing. If you don't want to do it, it's your choice. I didn't think I'd ever go up in a balloon, to be honest. Not my whole life. But now I'm starting to think I might like to. Not what I clicked. Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Miss Susato? Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Or maybe it worked. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged that badly. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what would have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time bird cages will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. Without clicking on all this. Oops. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go sit and see what we can find out. Oh my, this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. A little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went in order to obtain the research grant. No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Oh, yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the world of the scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look, is that... Oh, baby. He's fucking tall. He has really long legs. Lord Van Zeeks. Let's go give him a smooch.
It would be nice.
So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here. From the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lauren Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Ha! Alright, well, let's get to the Titan in the room. Hey! Least approachable man in the world winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
Gently massats the prosecutor.
Lord Van Zeeks?
I teleported.
Yo.
What?
Hey, man. Well... Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed.
I'm going back to sleep.
Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs.
Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here?
Oh, nothing much, man. How about you?
Entry to this area is prohibited.
Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate.
Fuck.
On the condition that we didn't disturb anything. Ha!
And yet you've managed to disturb me.
Ah!
Never mind. State your business then.
Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case. Even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. Your brother, yeah, I'm sure he wants to talk about this. So, heard you got a brother named, Clint. How's he doing? What the fuck? So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks.
You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, parentheses, Mikotoba, you mean? Is something funny?
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then.
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? Yes.
So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention.
Hmm?
I'm gonna stand up for a second here. Readjust the rug under my feet. I have this shitty ass rug I put my chair on to give my chair some traction. I just have to, every time I move it, I have to like put it back. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I'm dating
I
her.
am, naturally. I believe that since last month, I feature in one of the displays there
Yo!
for public scorn.
Wow, really? Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. What?
A particular waxwork? Which... Wait! You mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I... was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet. Well, a bit more white.
Yeah.
Enoch Drebber. Most made-up name ever. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. Dude, it's Scythe. Like, what the hell is this? Like, it's totally gonna be Scythe. Like, she can just put her hair down.
I mean, did she have a monocle?
Oh, she could put one on?
Oh, I was just curious. If, like,
Yeah.
there was a smoking gun.
Yeah, like... She's androgynous enough.
Yeah.
She could easily pass as a man.
Put on a monocle and a top hat.
Monocle,
It's
top
like-
hat, hair
It's
down.
a really thin man, but it's actually a woman, which is why I thought he was a thin dude.
No, this is absolutely what's about to happen here. Why? Of course. Okay. So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. The Japanese. Wow. Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
If anything, he didn't hear me out.
Yeah.
Her last name is Scythe. She's the Reaper.
She's the Reaper. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, now that you say it. Oh my god. I can't, like, for some reason, I'm getting these buttons mixed up.
So it's like,
Courtney
she's
Scythe.
39. Maybe she was like, fucking Kurt's lover or some shit. Or Clint, not Kurt.
Yeah. All right.
She got the fucking vampire aesthetic, like, you know.
No, she matches up. In fact, they look like siblings, actually.
Right, yeah, or maybe they're just siblings, but yeah, Court Scythe, Reaper of the Bailey.
Court Scythe, Courtney Scythe, Court Scythe. Yeah, okay. Case closed.
Case closed.
Let's get drunk. Good night, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Oh wait, no, I can't do that. Like
Why?
people hear good night and their hand just flies to their phone and just closes the tab instantly.
Fine.
My stimulus is going away. I need to go find a new one.
Why not?
Why not?
I have a photograph
yeah,
of a
that's
man
right.
here from an investigation 10 years ago. It's not him.
Yeah.
Though it appears he had already had that black monocle at the time.
It's fucking not Clavier. Kristoff.
Kristoff, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Oh no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared it with us. You know, that's cool. We like buddies or something.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow. Which means we We have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
You're racist?
I forgot. Sasato came back.
Give it back.
My convictions have wavered.
What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Photograph of Drebber has been entered into the court record. I'm thinking it's gonna be Sight still. Because it's gonna be something weird. Because we're now being handed evidence of this man. Of the man's identity.
Right, we're not gonna find him in the next 12 hours. If we're giving a photo of him, right?
Yeah. He doesn't... Yeah. Or we've already met him. Hey, Cosmo.
Cosmo does.
Dude, like... It's just gonna be Cosmo. This is so fucking weird. Hey, guys. The
file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Arigato gozaimasu.
You're welcome. Dude, she senses it. Like, it's just Kazuma. You alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? That's Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. Oh, whoops. Like, I'm looking at him now. He has Kazuma's mouth.
I'd recognize those lips.
I'd recognize those lips anywhere, dude. So I'm not the only one. Susato-kan-san... Susato-kan. San see it too. That's a new one. Susato-san can see it too. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
No, he's mute and deaf. And he's
Blind.
also not here. With him. Why?
Yeah, what? What the fuck you want with him?
What the fuck?
He's gonna run. He's gonna run. Whoosh.
It's not like he's Japanese or something. Why would you want to talk to him?
Kazuma-sama!
Cosmo does.
Kazu. Huh? I don't believe it. Your posture. Your presence. It can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
You mean he was Japanese?
I felt something strange. The very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it? Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. There's no way he's Japanese. Don't tell me that.
What's going on here?
Well, I definitely appreciate the fact that they're not gonna fucking pussyfoot around it.
Yeah, it's just...
it's Kazuma.
Yeah.
Alright, what the fuck's going on here? Daddy needs to know what's going on, kitten. Why did I say that? And who was I saying it to? Hey, I'm the one asking questions here.
What is your interest in my apprentice, exactly?
Everything!
You act as if you know the man or something. That'd be fucking weird.
Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
This is a fucking insane conspiracy of like Kazuma can't do it, so he has to get Ryunosuke to do it for whatever it is. He has to become the villain. We have to fight him to win. Like, I guess it could end up being like, it's gonna be some grand conspiracy or ploy, I should say, so that the prosecutor and the defense can play both sides for whatever reason with these two.
Yeah,
But
so it is
what?
interesting though, because like Ryunosuke does seem to be the wild card in whatever this conspiracy is. This seems to be something Kazuma did on his own volition.
Yes.
He just kind of sensed something in Ryunosuke and smuggled him onto the ship. He was never supposed to be here.
That's right. Yeah. Like,
So whatever Kazuma's done, he's taken matters into his own hands regarding Ryunosuke.
right. Like, he's playing the long game here. He's got a fucking plan in place here to get the win that he wants, whatever that is. Instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? We don't ask questions here.
The man appears
Oh my
suffering
god!
from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
Yeah, just hit him with the Yeah. Then he saw Ryunosuke for the first time and the first time again.
yeah.
But then actually when he saw him for the first time again, it was ah, yes, the amnesia side effect from the drug. The Total Recall plan. Of course.
Oh, it's the Total Recall plan.
Of course, it's the Total Recall plan.
Yes, the trick himself.
Honestly, fuck yeah, man. The only way to win is to not know. I fucking love it. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia?
Amnesia? Tomorrow, he will appear at court.
Oh my god.
side.
What?
He will take his rightful place as prosecutor.
No. Wow.
Please serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us? Fuck. I'm gonna be off my game.
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh. Yes, thank you. Peace.
Person go bad.
You know, I don't know how to make a bat sound effect. It's like a chirping almost.
Yeah, it's like a chirping, yeah.
I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. She called out, Kazuma-sama. By the way, I didn't leave yet. You want to show me something, bud?
Isn't it your crossbow?
What's that? It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. Alright, I get the message. But I don't see what's illegal about me asking.
Just saying, it seems like you would own this type of item.
Go check this out. Yeah, check it out. You've seen this around my arm before, but I think we've already actually gotten this. Yeah.
Yeah, because he gets all personal about it, yeah. It's like your attorney's badge is like your asshole. You don't go around showing it to people.
Fair. Plus.
I want to be a doctor.
I guess we just keep the intense music while we look around the scene. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo. The metal grill on the floor looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it?
That could mean anything.
Yeah. If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? This wasn't here yesterday. It's the birdcage. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood. More precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. Ugh. What was that noise? And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No. That's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. The whole thing has been shoved into your pocket.
Whoa. Zeke's just looking on in horror.
I'll do that one day somehow. I'll make sure of it. Someone in my bloodline that I've diluted entirely will be able to pocket an entire taxidermied bear. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. Can you leave already? Yeah, that's what he said.
You're going to have to leave now.
Huh?
The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems? Oh no, okay, alright, fine. You're right, I'm out. But my extraterritorial rights, you don't know what those are. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato. Of course. Hi, Gina. Hey, flip back. Gina, we were actually hoping that we can investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. It's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Apparently, we can't look around on the stage now because the forensic investigation team are at work. Can't you do anything, Gina? In your capacity as Inspector Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do. When it suits you, yes. Alright. Make sure there's nothing we need to grab here. Might as well click on this just in case, but... Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Harebrained. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ha 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 ha! That was funny. Ouch! I'm a bad person. Alright, bye Gina, I love you, see ya. We're gonna go to prison now. It's like Sonic Adventure. He's about to get shot by a firing line.
Oh my fucking god.
Sad stuff.
No, he's about to break out of prison. You're saying the formula that lets him pass through walls.
Right. SM equals T. Shin Megami equals Tensei. Pretty cool. Hey. What's he doing? Oh my god. The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations and dick jokes. And he's still writing more now. Professor! Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, and who is this young lady?
My name is Susato Mikotopa. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only.
Oh my god.
If only I'd met a fine young woman like you sooner.
Ah!
None of this would have happened.
What no pussy does to a motherfucker.
No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. It's cool.
Oh, no. No. No, the whole thing. The whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Harebrained. What have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, you mean that?
Oh,
dear.
oh that. Oh, man.
How embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had on hand.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No. Actually, this is my autobiography.
Your autobiography.
How
God.
I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Harebrained.
Oh no, I'm so sorry you got diddled.
I was played like a damn fiddle. Enoch sent me to hell.
Why is that orange? Oh no. Oh no, orange means I need to pay attention to it.
I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Okay. Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see? So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1. An odd birth. An odd upbringing.
Can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh, yes! Yes! Of course! I've been working through the numbers! I was fiddled! I was fiddled! By the pair of them!
You were diddled by Ass Man?
Man! And by that aloof engineer, Trevor!
Diddler?
The diddler!
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of those equations, are we? Alright, fuck whatever this guy has to say. You know who this is. Professor Hairbrain, what do you make of this?
Oh, yes!
Oh, okay.
That's what we need! Oh,
it's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually. And take it away, I don't want to be bothered by anything. Okay, yeah. Shut up.
This is actually insane that he didn't respond to this photo, but... Alright. Made of wood.
Dear God, you're right. Helldive pods have come a long way, I see. From where we started. Well, it's got a crack in it on a very specific angle. I always appreciate when we have the trajectory in question that the visual calculus element of a case, potentially. Oh, look here, Miss Susato. Oh, yes. The wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a great height? Yes, from the height at which the bloom was flying. Down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Okay, so here's the weird thing. I think it's gonna be, the bottom is cracked. Why did the guy's neck break?
Sure.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead. Causing damage to its base. Based? It's based. Based? You know, let's actually just take a break now.
That sounds good.
I need to use the bathroom.
Be right back. Yo. I return. Yo. Yeah.
This morning's trio.
Everything I believed in has turned on its head. My research, Mr. Aspen, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
Sorry it's come to this. There was just no other option.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work. But in the end, there was nothing worth protecting.
Exactly.
It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, poor professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know. Baroque did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think That was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No. Barak wouldn't do something like that.
You see, he went to school to be a defense attorney. Then his father and him got trapped in an elevator.
What's an elevator? I should invent that.
Good question.
I'm sure he genuinely believed it. He's a weeaboo after all.
Did he?
He eats up that anime garbage.
Me too, though. Why do you think we're buddies?
He and I were buddies, weren't we?
Weren't we?
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean.
Yeah? Van Zeek's motivation.
After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So, if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
A complete and utter nonsense? I don't think the A needed to be there.
Yeah, it was definitely awkward.
It's fine. It's like in character for you and me, where we just add extra words and sometimes like that's just how people talk.
Yeah.
You just need like you just need the SIC, the sick in parentheses next to everything, where it was like that's what they said. Like, no, this is not a typo. In that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly. Which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Average toxic relationship.
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
What about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Mr. Assman.
Do you think that he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say. That does seem likely, yes. Fuck!
No. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued.
Aw, thanks, DZ. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you just did, but thanks, man. What are memberships? I don't... What am I doing right now?
He was so enthused. He was so emphatic.
It is cool they just let you give people emotes, though. Yeah, I forgot that's what I had set.
Oh, it's Dustin.
Oh!
Boy.
Well, alright. I know that guy. Hell yeah. Thanks, man. He's distracted us now. Fuck. Right. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said, "My work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued." He was so enthused. He was so emphatic. In reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set of decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
Young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money! We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
It is. I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. I can't quite remember what he looks like. If only you showed me a photo.
You had a photo.
But only after I tell you to. Drebber the engineer. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler?
Yes. It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
It's gonna be Sholmes.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no clues you can give us as to his whereabouts?
I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
Happened to be a coroner's office. What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Okay. Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop? There's every chance we might find the man there. Doko. Drebber's workshop. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once. You understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes. Definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. It was in Germany. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry!
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you. He wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible! The pinnacle of modern engineering! Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Oh, no wonder the machine didn't work.
Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil.
Uh-huh.
Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formulae and use that instead.
Oil? What do you think, Miss Susato? Eau de machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example. Man was clearly very cautious, Miss Susato. He would—
Oh, yeah. Yes, I do! He gave me this business card once. Holy shit. It's right here. Look.
Okay. What?
Oh my god.
Let me see that.
Oh my god.
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
No way. Is that the Sholmes logo in the top right?
No, that's the plus. Remember
Oh,
the plus that was on.
Oh, I was thinking it was the flower. Okay, no, you're right.
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. Give it to Sholmes. He'll lick it or something and it'll show up.
We have the dog.
Oh, we do have the dog. It's time. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Looks like I have to show this guy something.
Maybe the photo now?
We got smudges. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh! It doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Nice. I know what the dog's gonna be doing. Professor, do you recognize this?
Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they?
Don't worry, he's being very well looked after.
I always rub him with machine oil until he's gleaming.
Right.
And then, when I come to tighten the screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it. That's that age-old problem faced with by driver files the world over, isn't it?
I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. We might as well present everything just in case. We might have to come back here later with something else though.
Oh, how could this have happened?
You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower has been greatly damaged too.
I know what happened. It must have been that!
That?
The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now.
Wow. No wonder all this happened.
It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is.
Yeah. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. I don't think anything else is gonna matter here.
Yeah, we'll probably just go talk to Missile now.
Well, we haven't been to Madame Tussbell's.
Yeah.
I was saving her for last. Oh my! No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Alright. So, we can check here again. Nope. And went to the prison. Wouldn't need to do that. Probably don't need to go here. Yeah, nothing. We can go talk to Susato upstairs if we wanted to. Looks like we're going to the dog. Hey, Gina. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. Aww. I only know I to E. So if it ain't too much bleeding trouble, well, as we were talking about, that's it.
Oh my god.
I don't even know what got us on this topic last night.
Was that even on stream?
No, that wasn't on stream.
That was okay. Yeah.
No, Tommy and I were just rambling about how. Well, no, it was it was that image where you're like, it was the brain exercises for the day.
Oh, right.
Yeah, like 2 sets of counting to 10, 2 sets of the alphabet.
List animals until failure.
Yeah, no, the most important one, attempting to spell restaurant.
Yeah.
And then list animals until failure. And we were like, and then I mentioned like, well, the alphabet's kind of hard to remember. Because it's like, you don't remember the exact spots of the letters in the alphabet. I feel like that's something I would have liked to teach her to like hammer into us for some reason, to be like, A is 1, B is 2, and then like, make it so that you, whatever the, easy way to remember where in the alphabet a letter is, whatever method that would be, I would want to
having a heuristic as opposed to an algorithm.
Yeah.
Because people often algorithm the alphabet where they have to go through the entire thing to get to the letter of their brain, right?
Exactly. There's some like there's like some starting points for people that they'll naturally gravitate to. Like in my mind, like I can tell you every letter that comes after S. I couldn't tell you what letter comes before S in the moment though. Yeah, like I can't. I'm like S U V W. Yeah, but. What comes before S? I would have to go back to the previous set of letters I could start from.
Like I started at, like in my brain, I started at M to figure out what was before
M.
Like,
yeah.
M and N O P Q R S, right? And it's like, okay.
R, okay.
But it's like, what's before S? I don't know. Like I started M.
But Gina's doing good. I only know I to E. So if it ain't too much bleeding trouble.
Oh, but then we joke that like A to E are like Or like the good letters that you know, and then it's like a G onwards, it falls apart.
Yeah. Because it like G's not after F. For whatever reason, it's just a blob of G I J H H J whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 reps is trying to spell restaurant. 3 of trying to spell kernel from memory. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? There's the face I love. It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. Oh, you don't say. Oh, let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No. We didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right. You mean Toby. Come here, boy. Yeah, Doggo boy. His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
This is scary because the dog's about to be like, the workshop's in France.
It's gonna be on the fairgrounds right now.
That makes sense.
Makes sense, because if you're engineering things, you might as well do it in the spot where you're gonna put it. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cove's workshop? Maybe grab some bobbies? Let's not go alone. This never ends well. That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then. We'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait. When did you... Once a pickpocket. Well, I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop. I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh, yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Yeah, 10 reps of spelling diarrhea from memory. It's not happening. That's not a real word. Right then, Odo. Leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this... We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh. Right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. Okay, bye. Okay, we're not going with... Okay, sure, fine. I do hope the scent of that oil leads him to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France.
I was about to fucking make that joke. It was gonna swim to France.
Alright, Tusples. Alright, Scythe. Alright. Alright, Hail Mary. We sneak back upstairs.
Maybe back to Sholmes' apartment? We never actually got anything there.
Better not try and go up the stairs of the stage area now. If we were to bump into that forensic investigation team, it sounds like it could make trouble. Okay.
Also pretty cool that we send Lestrade by herself to a murderer's house, but, you know, that's how it is.
Bad things never happen to Gina. Alright. Yeah, let's, oh, that's not where I want to go. But maybe? Nope. Alright, let me read the text.
Okay.
I feel like we need to spend a little more time investigating. Okay. What? Well, let me not scroll around. What might we have missed that's going to trigger Scythe to show up? We can look at the book. Okay, fine. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh! What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. You know, it's scary. So, sorry, tangent, back to the alphabet thing. I think one of the drunk driving tests is say the alphabet backwards. Which is, like, horrifying to me, because it's like, dude, I'm drunk all the time, I guess. But it's more so just to see if you have the faculties to try and remember it, rather than actually getting it right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
What the hell?
500? You must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. That's a lot of scalpels. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too.
She's a vigilante. She's just going on throwing them at criminals at night.
It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using them all for? 500 scalpels were fired out of that crossbow in a single moment. No one has found any of them.
It's what they made the crystal tower out of, I guess. I don't know.
What are you doing? Oh! Ag. Cool theme. Sorry, we, had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around. That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. Cool theme. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Hey, you want to check this out? Dr. Scythe, would you be good enough to take a look at this? Oh, that's the look. Oh, you think I'm good enough, do you? Oh, no, I didn't mean... So I'm not good enough. In that case, why would you show me anything? Clearly you're too good for me to show you anything again, ever.
Mr. Scythe, this crossbow matches your outfit. Any thoughts?
It's a nice crossbow. Oh, yeah, you know, I think so too. Your findings. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asmon, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asmon who appeared moments later, partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, They could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true. But sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah. Fingerprints! They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh, I like her smile there. They will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my. But that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible. And yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Oh, baby. Wait. That's a different character.
Mama.
Mama. He's a bird. Mama, what is this? Ah! What the? Where did she spring from? She looks cool. And did she just call the doctor Mama? Oh. MILF alert. Don't come. Don't do it.
Fuck.
Try not to come. But yet the whole point of the game is to come. I think that's bad game design. This is a lawyer, dear. Oh! Hello to meet you? Pleased to meet you? Mama!
Mama.
Mama! Yes? Can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can see very well.
Alright, this one's off the record.
Right?
The bird mask really elevates the Oyakudan.
He's right, you know. You're gonna say that, and it's gonna be like she's like 7 years old or something.
That's what I'm scared about. That's why I said it's off the record.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Uh-oh. Oh, God. Well, there's 35! Wait, it's Kite.
It is Kite.
Huh, okay. It's like Chinese knockoff Sephiroth. Boring. Disappears. Okay. Is the plague around right now? What's with the mask? I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh, dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Corpse? Yeah, let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. We could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes! Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture. Latest unusual venture.
Whoa. So is that like Zinx's
Wow.
niece?
Yeah, right? Yeah, who's the father? She didn't pop in there, right? No. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible! Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Susato. I think perhaps it's time we left. Goodbye. Show me her. Show me the wax woman. Here we are again. At the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course. Susato-san really is after something sweet today. Eh! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at that waxwork! I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. Dear God. Looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry, I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. The friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes, hello again. It's, I'm Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow! Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Dolores. Oh my god. Oh god. I can't fucking take it anymore. Do not disturb, huh? She like moaning there? What is that? Dolores. Do not disturb, huh? Is that like a French thing? Do the French go,
I think that's a French sound, yeah, the
oh. Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed. Well, I find her quite simple. Alright. I'm calling it's gonna look like her dad. Ah, yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tussbell's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know! Can you believe that? Pay more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Naruhodo, I'm tired.
My arm's stuck like this, my dear fellow. I'm going to die. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? You gonna start moving in the background? Yeah. She gotta turn around now. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! What? What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes.
Susanoo-san! Susanoo-san! She's dead. I didn't mean to kill her.
My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London. That's impossible.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. Please, I need it.
As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand. Though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume.
Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie.
Pie.
Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. Or any food so far today, for that matter. I'm so hungry.
The Hound of Baskerville. The roar of the Baskervilles. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So, how did you manage to solve it so quickly?
Oh, well, do remember I said it was largely solved.
I didn't do anything! It just came back!
Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes! It's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned.
That's amazing!
Just between you and I. It would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean... your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
That I must ask you to keep from Madame Trespass at all costs. A hungry woman Iris awaits my return to Baker
Hungry
Street.
woman Iris, a hungry young Iris.
Oh, a hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all.
Poor Iris.
Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork?
Yeah. You know who Enoch Drebber is?
Ah, my best friend!
Oh, of course. You in cahoots with him too? You fucking snake? You speckled band, you bitch?
You speckled band.
We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Well, I already found them. Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man.
He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. You have any good ideas?
I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help.
Yes, Drebber's appearance.
Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. I'm so hungry.
Please, Mr. Naruhodo, my dear fellows, I might not make it much longer.
As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it.
Alright. Yeah, I suppose we could have triggered this earlier then. Maybe. Kazuma's death. Well, let's give him the photo first. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber. The face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive.
Sholmes, do you know every bastard in this city? Are you all right, Mr. Sholmes?
Yes. Forgive me.
What was this guy again?
35. About the same age as Holmes, so he's 33, right? Something like that. 34?
34.
Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. A lot of that happening. Is everyone sick? Oh? Is that all we get? Alright, Kazuma's death. Mr. Sholmes. Did you lie to us?
My dear Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder. And you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed. And wherein lies the problem?
We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asogi.
You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Oh my god.
assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment.
No, Sholmes, you're getting hit. Yeah, this is fist into fucking face territory. You're getting fucking hit now, dude.
But the fellow wasn't dead at all.
Oh, no, fucking hit him. Hit him.
Priceless.
Oh, no, hit him. No.
I don't suppose that performance would pass muster. Would it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. Really? This guy making a mistake? Really? He's never done that before. No, like, if it twists into... Okay, not that it twists into, that it is currently turning into... Sholmes is our guardian angel here. Like, it's...
Yeah.
Why does he act so weird? He's grooming us. He's training us to be the best person we can be. To be the person that we need to be for whatever this grand plan is. He offered for us to stay at his house for nothing, right?
Yeah.
This all makes sense. Like, I really hope we do get like proper payoff where the whole facade falls with Sholmes. And honestly, it'd be kind of nice if it was right now, because I'm kind of sick of this dude.
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
Please, Mr. Sholmes.
Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me?
Oh, well, what is it?
As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken. Behind those thick curtains.
Thick. Oh, yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it?
Would you like to see it? Mere 5 shillings. That's a special, one-time only price. You understand.
In 13 Sentinels, didn't you, like, have to find money in some of the adventure sections?
Yeah, no, you had to. You, fucking...
Hijiyama, or whatever.
Hijiyama needed money
for the
advance the story.
Yakisoba. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought it was cool. Like, you set this up you set this up at the beginning of the event, and you get the money from throughout all the other events.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a funny moment where you have to ask people for money. Wait, didn't this happen in Phoenix, right? One of the earlier Ace Attorneys? Where you were, like, broke for some reason, you had to ask people for money? Maybe that was Raincode.
I don't remember.
I think Raincode, you were, like, broke, so you had to go ask people for money, and then... That's right, that was Halara's thing. That's right, Halara's whole thing was, they lended out money. What?
The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? No.
The price is very reasonable. Is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it.
There is always something so off-putting. Just how he is slightly off-center, his head slightly askew, just squared the fuck up against you. That's so unsettling. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes?
Surely, you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness.
Nope, I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Oh, yes!
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit waits behind the curtain. I invite you to pursue it at your leisure.
Peruse.
Peruse it at your leisure.
All right, I already called. It's Susato's dad. Any calls for who it's gonna be? It could be no one. It could just be no one. Obviously it's gonna, or not obviously, but presumably it's gonna kind of look like this guy, who kind of looks like Professor Mikotova at a glance. All right, let's see it. I just want her dad to be a serial killer. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. Is he gonna be animated? No. $5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Come on. You're killing me here, game. The head's missing.
Hey, it's a spade.
The head's missing. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Susato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. You know, I've been wanting it to be her dad, but I think they did say the professor was like was found and killed or hanged.
Mm-hmm.
Remain paranoid. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. But I've noticed here this character on our left might have a black monocle. Might just be glasses. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking and just read this. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Yeah, largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes! We will get what we paid for! Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look, now she's going with the shovel. Perhaps we should investigate it in a little more detail. Okay, cool. Well, they're dressed like Scythe. Kind of. Not allowed to look at their face for some reason. Plus, we got the camera and the lantern. Strange. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small! British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film? We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. We have stolen part of the exhibit.
Well, we paid for it.
Yeah, you know what? We did. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. It's a photographic plate. It's a piece of glass coated in special emulsion that reacts to light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Damn this skin. It's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese... It's not unlike a Japanese Chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, Chochin. The point is, it casts very little light to be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. I'm going with lamp is stationary and lantern can be moved.
I was thinking the same thing.
Okay, I believe the opposite then.
Oh. So I was thinking if I'm carrying it around, it's a lantern, but if I hung it up on like the wall,
It's a lamp.
it would become a lamp. Yeah.
What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Miss Susato. Oh, wait, she was always on Team Shovel.
Yeah,
Yes? That's, a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. Oh, dear God. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Peace has been made. Oh, look! The cover came open! Yes! Now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. What's this bullshit? Is something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time. Just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susato saw him. She looks devastated. This will stay in your court record to be the last piece of evidence in the case somehow. Oh, never mind, there's blood on it now. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh, yes. Anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. This damn flesh. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, Whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. Okay, that's weird. Worrying. Yes, father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. She had that? She had that? She's like that? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Blood! What is it? On the bellows. Just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. All for the exhibit, of course. Oh! Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. The details of the camera have been updated in the court record. Okay.
That could mean anything.
Yeah, probably nothing too important. This must be the killer! The fiend known as the Professor! Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know. It looks like you could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail? His fingers are just clipping through the
Yeah, it's hard being
slabs
dead.
there. Well, you're not completely corporeal. You can start clipping through stuff. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we?
So...
Oh,
no
there's
head.
something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. Well, that's helpful. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would the glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket?
No reason.
It makes you think, doesn't it? A piece of broken glass has been entered into the court record. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? No. we never finished with this one.
Oh my god.
Pretty evil. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was. Don't worry. You just do shit. Yeah. Yeah, it's Drebber. Oh, ah!
What? Oh.
What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. He's got such a funny face on the right. It's Enoch Drebber. Before he became old. Unless I'm supposed to believe he has white hair currently in this wax model. Oh, no, the color of his hair is different.
Yeah, no, it's like he got scared. So his hair turned white.
Color of his hair is different, but... It's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Damn it! Why isn't it the witch woman?
Woman, do you mean, Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes.
This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe.
Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? Break skateboard.
The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it.
What a surprise. So then, the case isn't yet solved, is it?
Same so myself. Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head. Tot de suit, as Madam would say. Or I'll be in great trouble.
To de suite.
To de soir.
I don't know how you say it.
Yeah.
To de suite. As Madam would say. Or I'll be in great trouble.
You should have made a tete-a-tete joke.
Tete-a-tete. Tete-a-tete.
A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street. Preferably with rations.
Ah! You know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Great exhibit, by the way. I didn't mention it. This is excellent. Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Right, I was thinking about this. Indeed they are, Mrs. Sato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? What does the wax woman know? Why does she know about a fake death of a criminal?
Also, something that crossed my mind, I know this is going to come up, but, possibility the heads have been switched. That it's...
Oh my god.
That it would have been him crawling out of the grave, and it's actually we're just missing the other guy's head or some shit.
Sure.
Just thought about it.
Yeah, I suppose that's possible. Muspels would... It would be a little absurd if Muspels didn't, like, recognize this, though.
Sure. I think it's time I educate you a little.
Though the other body wasn't stolen. It was just not here last time.
Right. Okay.
The thing on the left, I don't believe was stolen. Alright, I think it's time I educate you a little.
About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago.
Hmm. The resurrecting convict.
I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims. Everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
An enormous hunting hound. Huh. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. That's pretty intense.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain. You understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted.
A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity...
As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty, and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Flowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh?
The night he was buried, the convicted man came back to life.
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard.
I would know it was me. Haha!
The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events.
There was a witness.
But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat.
Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen? Young witness. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber.
10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried,
Gibbeted.
emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
I wouldn't.
I'd say he's about 25, but sure.
Yeah, he's... He doesn't look it.
Yeah.
He was born old. It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him. His hair is completely white.
For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? I don't know. Following the execution.
The professor acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever been systematically employed a dog as a murder weapon.
Yeah, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. That is pretty impressive. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had.
But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact.
What do you mean by no resurrection?
The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No! But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation. Yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think?
Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Ah! Oh, hi, Gina. What's up? What the bleeding Nora? Odo? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? You still have that? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so it's an SOS. Gina! Not so loud in the museum!
Madam Tuspel will have to take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful.
I think there might be more pressing concerns. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please stop fucking shooting things in the museum. Pop off, Queen. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found the Dodgy Cove's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? They let a dog in here? Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag. So come on. Here's the address.
Drag.
I got the boss right out. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right, then. See you there. Oh, no.
You go. Don't mind me.
Don't mind me.
I'll just stay here. Being still.
What? Oh my god. He's lost his eyes.
I know my place.
NTR mode activate.
In the exhibit over there.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming.
Your words heartened me, I must say. Before I were to shriek in my duties here.
Shirk my duties.
Shirk my duties here. Madame would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris's dinner.
Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Word?
Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once.
No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. Right, let's go. Right, so maybe the idea here is that they don't know who the killer is, so there's no face. There was just never a head made.
Sure.
Enoch Drebber's workshop. There are the arrows. And a trophy. That looks like... Oh!
And a plane.
It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally.
Oh, so you got you then. Gina! Well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Toby, he's the miracle worker. What a funny pose. Oh! You have dog allergies? What is this? Is this insensitive to our Eastern guests? What the fuck are you doing, Gregson? Oh, I thought you'd show up before long. Hi, Inspector.
Oh my god.
That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector. Is there any sign of the engineer? Oh.
Alex.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. You've all heard the story of my dad doing the racist eye thing, and guess what my dad's name is? Yes, that's right, it's Greg. Moving on. I don't want to talk about it. Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, man.
Oh! What a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to, say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid, now would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again? I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. This is a long-ass investigation sequence. And you, Sholmes! Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Trophy. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive-looking back massager, that's for sure. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah, Would you like a massage? No, 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 I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. The science trophy has been entered into the court record for some fucking reason. Alright, we got the arrows. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows, with steel bolts inside. Oh! Do you suppose... Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Up. That's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scene of the whole scam. Details of the crossbow have been updated in the court record. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Oh, look at that smug face Gregson's making. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that.
Clearly, you don't own a fish and chips fryer.
Yeah, you don't, yeah. I don't, it's sad. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sight of danger. Alright, hit up the ladder.
Dude, he's got a fucking airplane.
Yeah, he makes little models. He's got a like a weird like tank train contraption over there.
Right, it's just they're ways off from airplanes, and that's like an advanced airplane.
You're right.
Wright Brothers' first flight's 1911.
Yeah. Oh dear, you're right. Oh man. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it. From the Crown and the government.
Wow.
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose chains dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. Ha! Uh-oh. Danger. My dear fella. Oh, God.
British people.
British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Miss Susato.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh. Is something wrong, Miss Susato? Well, I thought I heard a noise through the far side, from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, do you hear it too? Yeah, I hear it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? All right. Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard.
Yeah, fucking hell. Oh my god.
Damn.
Oh my god, Gregson.
Damn. Oh my. Someone is in there. Ah, this rotten bleeding lock. It's time, my dear Gregson. As I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenance. I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Ah! Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door.
Holy shit!
And there you have it!
Thunderclap and flash.
That was pretty... Whoa. He's just holding back all the time. You may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Unsheaths katana. It starts glowing. What the fuck is this?
Dude, we're about to get Danganronpa. He's in the safe. We heard the safe close.
There's footprints on the fucking ceiling. How many?
Wow.
Oh my fucking god! What is happening here? What's happened in here?
There's a bomb.
There's a bomb. Why is everything upside down? I'm sorry. Yeah. What the fuck is this? This is my upside down room. I flip it around every now and then.
So not only, it would be one thing if it's like an upside down room and it's just like aesthetically that way. Clearly everything just fell off of the fucking ceiling. Everything just fell onto the fucking ground.
Why is everything upside down? Rats! There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. But there's only one door into this room! And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. What? What's that up there? Are they footprints? On the ceiling? Blow me, what have we here then? The bomb?
Oh my god, Gregson. It's a bomb!
Bomb? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Autosave just happened. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To the Professor Airbrain's barmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. We'll worry about the bomb later. It's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. Well, you see, you have to flood the city first. And then you collect the safes.
Right, right.
It's... We were discussing this when the flooding was happening. We were looking for the safes. My mom was like, could the trailer out front float away? And I'm like, I mean, yeah, maybe. If there was nothing in it. It's just hollow inside. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhanded trick, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, so that means it's bolted to the ceiling? Like, this is insane.
Well, the rope implies they scuttled out the top somehow.
Right.
But it does look like an upside-down safe. However, it is clearly bolted. Bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhanded trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, we did discuss that this guy is potentially a magician, right? So this is like a trick room.
Right.
Well, then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying green balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas. A green flying balloon. Does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be? The whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down. But why? There's no denying it, is there? They're footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean? You know, like a rising tackle, you know, Terry Bogart's thing? I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. I mean, what else is there to look at? You see anything else? I mean, like, that wardrobe back there, I feel like we should be able to look at. And under the bed.
Yeah, so I suppose, like, the room probably didn't actually flip. Because if you look at the ceiling, that's not...
It's a ceiling. It's a ceiling.
Yeah. He's just got everything upside down. Because, like, the stove's in the right spot.
Yeah. It's just wild to look at.
Yeah, he just made it look like the room's upside down.
Alright, I don't know what this sausage thing is up there, but... Mr. Sholmes, have you found something?
Pipe bomb. So
Mr. Naruhodo, yes. And in point of fact, something rather fascinating.
I wonder what happens when I...
What do you make of this? What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of... Ah! Miss Susato? Well, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's... a time bomb, isn't it? What? What did you say? A time bomb? Sorry, but... What is a time bomb, exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do ya, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I don't know. I see. So that's it. Goodness, Mr. Shaw.
Doesn't get it at all.
Have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. There we go. Alright. Let's do it.
Okay.
Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. God. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh! Oh! You deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You are too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Usato. Oh, yes, I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Alright, I'm gonna rapid fire through the first part, then we can talk it normally the second time. How's that sound?
Okay.
Flip furniture. Yay! It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp. Everything is upside down. Great song by the story so far, by the way. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Cool boots. Indeed, the key here is gravity.
Domain expansion, dude.
Infinite void. Holy shit. Alright, that's pretty cool. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. Cool. But the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Usato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device! Almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
Cool.
It came to me in a dream, you see. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes. The reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. Oh my god, it's an actual bomb. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Wow. Topic 2, missing engineer. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madame. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there was but one way into this room. Excepting the skylight, that is. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was was cornered, with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! Which offers a solution, and it's a rope. Yeah. That's a nice exploitable to tell someone to take their own life. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? This one's also pretty good as an exploitable to tell someone to end their own life. Don't do that, by the way. By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Wow. Flawless. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. Of this topsy-turvy puzzle, that is. Oh my god. Poor Gregson. Ah, lovely Gina. Susato had a good time. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Damn. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. No. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
I hate him. I love him.
Love to hate him. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of the more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was, clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Susato lent me once.
That's nice.
Actually, there is one thing, Mr. Sholmes. Oh no, I started becoming British for her that moment. Ah, the spell is broken at last. The rope you found on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was. In lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, Wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end. As I think you'll find... new ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room. Now skillfully, S-K-I-L, skillfully unraveled. I think I see why they did that. They had to fit it all in that text box, so they had to take a letter off.
Yeah.
That's art. That's medium art then. That's not a typo. That's the art of the medium. An argument is as circular as the coils of ropes. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yeah. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. Oh, right. If you're ready, then, let us resume. Sherlock Sholmes' logic, reasoning, spectacular. Woo! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. All right, let's see. Let's see what nonsense we're gonna uncover from this catastrophe. You want to voice?
Plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down.
The spelling skillful with one L is the traditional British English spelling. I was thinking that could be the case too. Ruining my cool video game thing that I wanted to point out. Damn them. Damn them. Everything's upside down.
Almost as every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling. Before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that...
Indeed. The key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in the whole business.
You think gravity could have reversed in this very room? I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Miss Usato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene... Yep, alright, yep. Well, it appears that not everything was completely upright. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Oh, look at that! I know. That slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment. The flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? One on the board for, art student. Close enough.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business.
On my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps.
No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me.
As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor.
And it's the exception that breaks the rule.
In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never started at all.
My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. Anyway.
No matter, I'll just have to do it myself. But the show must go on. So, let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not, in fact, an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility.
You don't say.
Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here.
It might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Also, I'm standing up if I sound weird. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that?
Quite. And naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device.
He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Okay.
Well, obviously, yeah, this is just the safe code, but that's later.
Wow. Wow.
Take that!
I'm just gonna present it, not even look at it. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination.
Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not?
Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket numbers down on the inside cover of a book, just in case.
That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Wait.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo?
I didn't win. When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it.
That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things in the same place. Shut up. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I...
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now.
That's a good pose on the right. The eyes jutting around.
Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room.
Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room.
Yes, Mr. Drubber overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe.
Alright.
pretty funny. He's in the safe.
Even the bed. He's definitely in the safe.
Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how's it possible there are footprints on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did the footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. Can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, it was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. There's a shoe.
Takumi.
This doesn't really explain anything still, honestly. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look. Oh, yes. And there are more footprints on this little balloon, too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh, dear. That's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe.
And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose? I don't know.
A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar, Data.
It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Mr. Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. It was the second bird cage. Well, let me read that as an entire thing. And inside the green balloon that Mr. Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second bird cage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say...
If we assume the balloon is here, the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day. There is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway.
But the balloon's out of reach.
Hence why he resorted to projectile. Namely, the shoe. Most probably, Trevor intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear. We desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside.
Call, but I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. All right, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground. Which is much easier said than done, I feel. It could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Well, that's kind of cool.
That is pretty fun.
Take that!
Oh, it flipped to the screwdriver. Whoops. That was not what I wanted to do, and now I'm gonna die. Mr. Narho, would you care to explain that? No? Oh, it's gone over your head, Mr. Sholmes. Obviously, I was thinking of using it to examine the balloon. On the contrary, nothing has gone over my head but this rope, for it is clearly the superior idea. Really, throwing the rope to catch the balloon and tug it back down. There's a far more Yep.
To be fair, throwing the screwdriver at it would probably work.
Yeah, you could do that. Oh, look! The hot-headed Mr. Sholmes is trying to lasso the balloon. Wow, we got dialogue we hadn't seen because we accidentally clicked on something. It would be wonderful if he succeeded. Then we could pull it down to us. But it would be even more wonderful if there was a better way. Uh-huh.
Take that!
I thought there was cursor memory, my bad. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact. And in all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Drebber.
The man had only brought it away with him that day, instead of leaving it there for no reason. He could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Oh. The head.
Ah. Interesting. It's a helmet. It's the
the man in the iron mask. I don't know.
Yeah, the man in the iron mask. Yeah. Huh. What the? A waxwork?
Indeed it is! A waxwork head inside a metal mask.
So it's the guy who gives you the prawns in Elden Ring.
Yeah. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. Well, they put the helmet on so we can't see the face, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, they did. Oh, I accidentally skipped something, sorry.
Oh, it was literally what I just said, actually.
Alright. We can't see the face inside. That means... Yeah. Man, dude, like, it's gonna be Ryunosuke at this point.
Oh my god, it's good.
Like, they are holding this one close to their chest, and it's like, it's gotta be someone we know.
Yeah, it's gotta be someone we know.
And our options are,
Strong Heart.
Or yeah, anyone from, like, this
Kotoba,
generation. Exactly.
Yeah, like... Zeke's even, like
He would be too young.
Well, this happened like 10 years ago.
That's true. However, we have.
I guess the professor's gonna be a middle-aged man. Yeah,
scroll wheel? Whoa. Could have been Jigoku for some reason. I don't know.
Right, yeah, yeah.
This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh, goodness!
I see you've joined the dots, Mrs. Sato. Excellent.
Of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abductive Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing.
Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yes. But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, Sans Tête, earlier today,
TT.
was none other than Enoch Drebber.
Alright. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction are... There's that word. That was Phoenix's favorite fucking word, man. They're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop.
I just want to point out that Sans Tête literally means,
Undertale.
no head.
Wait.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is... yes... to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber?
As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. If you shrimply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction.
Enoch Drebber is right here. Somewhere in this room.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors?
Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the...
Kiss me. I'm in the safe.
Take that!
Yeah, this one was good. Like, it's still a little boring. I was getting a little sleepy for some of that, but... Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here.
Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time.
He was in fact searching for the combination of his safe.
And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
I know I just got here, but I'll be right back.
Okay, deduction complete. Elementary.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you?
By opening the safe, you mean?
What else?
Let's see. The combination was 1432582. I knew that. Right then, here goes. Gregson, get the gun. Whoa. You found me! Yeah!
You found it!
You found it! You found me.
Wow.
Robot. This guy's awesome. This guy's fucking awesome.
Fucking Guilty Gear character.
Oh! fuck yeah.
Wow.
Fuck
who's
yeah.
Yo, who's that guy?
He's probably the criminal.
That's an actor ever.
It's all pointing that he fucking did it. This has been one of the most elaborate investigations in the series. As like 3 different story threads have been getting followed throughout this.
Nice.
Like I don't think there's ever been a single continuous investigation that has been nearly 5 hours long like this.
Whoa.
Yeah, this one's been kind of a doozy, but it's been interesting. So let's keep going because I'm falling apart. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct. This guy's awesome. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel's as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions.
This guy's me.
Holy
Personally,
shit.
I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb I left in the most prominent position. Oh my god, it was actually a time bomb and not an anti-gravity device. Ha. 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 I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then. No! Mr. Sholmes! With only 7 seconds to spare!
Zabardo! Tokibo Tomare!
That's how he would say it. Very good. I was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deduction can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. I only shit most of my pants. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. It's Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper. Whew. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Oh my god, it's still going. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. He's doing robot puns!
This dude is so sick.
Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. Oh, he's got plus and minuses. That's funny. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. Ah. No words. Just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose. Though as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes. I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. Yeah, that kind of sucked. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe. Having first set this parcel ticking, well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Is that thing real? Got a death wish, have ya? I'm right beside a ticking time bomb. Please. Why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place? Precisely. Having a little too much fun in here for a guy that probably, you know, killed a bunch of people and tried to kill us. But whatever. Once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. Dear God, it's double-sided. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I'd always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No. That was unforeseen. What do you mean? Oh. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. That's true. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and a mouth? I'm gonna kill him. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Save it for court. Please save it for court. Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. Clad in the mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot. Leave at once! My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Sholmes, you didn't have sex with her, did you? You didn't make that kid, did you? This can't be. You don't know what sex is. There's no way. Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a get out. But of course. We'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out. Now. All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never found this place. And the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here. At this lot disarmed. Inspector! God, she's so hot. They look like siblings. Like Scythe and Trevor here. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Trevor? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes. You did disarm that one. What are you? That one? You mean? Oh no, we're all about to die. Oh my god, okay. Pretty good day, right, man? Yeah, jolly good day, friend. Oh! Not the bobbies! It was an hour later when we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away. Forever.
Holy shit.
This is quite the case.
Yeah.
And it's not looking like it's gonna magically wrap up in an hour in the court case.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
I mean, this, like...
This is...
Because here's, like, the because, like, obviously, like, we always bring in, like, the fucking criminal at some point in the final part of the case, right?
Yeah.
But they always are, like, vehemently denying just everything, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
This guy just fucking admitted to blowing up a fucking... committing a terrorist act.
No, he was caught red-handed, effectively.
Yeah.
Well, I'm at the edge of my seat here to see how what angle they're gonna take here.
Yeah.
Zeke's has his fucking work cut out for him, I think. But also, it's not like, no, we got a good handful of stuff. I hope Esmeralda has to testify. I want to look at her. Okay, well, we'll see y'all on Thursday then, and we'll talk about it and solve it then. Can we actually, like, look at this? Okay, remind me to look at the court record first thing next time. All right, guys.
Okay.